We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting. To the regular scheduled meeting. I'm sorry, let me start back over. I apologize. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-119. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. There are 4 hearings scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphone for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first order of business today is a protest hearing status. Case number 21 PRO 00073, Medusa Lounge, license number 118698. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Jeff Jackson here representing the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Just hold on a minute, please.
Commissioner Eric Bana representing the ANC.
I'm going to ask everyone to, at some point, to announce their stuff. I just want to make sure that everyone, all the parties all their rights have been elevated.
George Nimetala representing the group of 5 protestants.
9.
Caller with number 347819, please identify yourself. All right, you'll be. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is if you have a camera, can you please, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, and I'll ask that everyone only mute your please keep your microphone muted unless you are speaking. All right, so this is Medusa Lounge. So we'll start with you, Mr. Jackson. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case? Mr. Jackson.
Yes, we are in the process of reaching a settlement agreement.
No, Mr. Jackson. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, sir? Mr. Jackson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Could you repeat that, please?
Mr. Jackson, can you
Yes.
please spell and state your name for the record and your
Okay, I'm sorry.
relationship to this establishment,
Jeff,
sir?
Jeff Jackson, Jackson,
And your relationship to this case, sir?
agent for the applicant.
Is the applicant joining us this morning, sir?
Yes, she should be on.
And who's the so can the applicant please spell and state her name for the record, please? Who's the applicant? I can't hear. Please turn your. I can't hear who the applicant is. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Betty Itana. My last name is.
Can you please spell your first and last name, ma'am, and your relationship to this case?
Yes, my first name is Betty. My last name is Itana, Etna.
And what is your relationship to this case, ma'am?
I am the owner of Medusa Lounge.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Let's have.
And just quickly, Douglas Crocker. I just got unmuted.
I'm sorry. I don't. Hold on. Who are you, sir?
My name is Douglas Crocker. I am a client for the applicant as well, Betty Atana. We just got unmuted. I'm sorry. That's why we was delayed.
But what do you mean you're a client?
I'm the systems engineer that actually does the technical work that's a part of the negotiations with the ANC.
All right. Okay. All right. Just spell and state your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, my name is Douglas, Douglas, and Crocker, Crocker, like Betty Crocker.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the client systems engineer.
All right. Thank you. All right. Do we have a representative from the ANC here?
Yes, Chairman, this is Eric, E-R-I-C, last name Behna, B-E-H-N-A, and I am the representative from the ANC.
Good morning, Mr. Behna. And I think there's a group who's a representative from the group.
This is me, George Nimatala, GeorgeNehmetallah. I'm the representing a group of 5. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have everyone been identified who's participating in this case? Is there anyone else who I have not asked to identify themselves? So, Mr. Jackson, from your side, have we identified all the parties on your side?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bettina, I'm sorry. Yeah, has everyone on your side been identified, sir, from the ANC?
Yes, sir.
And for the group, has everyone been identified?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any preliminary, we'll start off. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, we are in the process of trying to reach a settlement agreement. We've been in contact with the ANC and the protestant.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson. The ANC, any preliminary matters you want to bring to our attention?
No, sir, just that what Mr. Jackson said, that initial draft has been exchanged.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Nemetala, are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to our attention, sir?
No, we are coordinating with our ANC to negotiate with the club.
All right, thank you. Well, the board supports settlement agreements, as I've always stated. If there's a settlement agreement, then the parties will live hopefully happily ever after. If the board have to make a determination, then one side is going to be happy and the other one side is going to be unhappy. So I prefer if the parties are able to settle this matter, so at least this is your community, and that you can make determination what is in the best interest of the community. So we do support that. If there's a settlement, I'm sorry, if there's a negotiation, I do support moving forward with the negotiation and trying to settle this matter if you can. However, if this matter cannot be settled, the the protest hearing is scheduled for December 8th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. All right.
Sir, can we discuss that with respect to, I think, the timing?
Mr. Crocker, I'm
Yes.
sorry, sir, but that's not your call, sir. I can only listen to Mr. Jackson and
I
the other
apologize.
parties. So therefore, whatever it is that you need to state, it has to be cleared with Mr. Jackson and the other parties, because you're not a party to this case, sir. So I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm just saying procedurally, you cannot speak because you're not a party. The only time you can speak is if Mr. Jackson had called you, if we were having a witness and Mr. Jackson had called you as a witness, and then you can speak. Okay, sir? Just want to let you know. But if this matter, though, sir, if the parties as been represented to us stated that they are working on a settlement, so if this matter is settled, we will not have a hearing. So whatever issue that you are raising would not be an issue, because we will not have a hearing on December 8th if that's not settled. So I'm hoping whatever concerns that you have, you share that with Mr. Jackson. And if it's a matter that we're going to go to a hearing, and if you are the star witness, and if there's an issue with your availability, then Mr. Jackson and the ANC and the group of five will bring that to our attention, and the board will make whatever determination needs to be made based on the representation that has been made to us by the parties. Okay, sir? Mr. Crocker?
Roger that, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about, because the board's practice under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from the legal office that will include a copy of a protest information form and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents do not only need to be submitted to Abra Legal, but to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear witness testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions by any of the parties? Mr. Jackson, yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So just to be clear, will we be designating the witnesses and specifying all that on that form that's turned in 7 days in advance?
Yes. So if you're going to go to a hearing on December 8th, then what you will do is that all the documents, all the documents, whatever documents you'll be relying on, whatever witnesses you'll be calling, they have to be disclosed on the PIP 7 days prior to the hearing. And so if you have any, if you don't know how to do that process, you can reach out to our legal office. Any of the parties, they are free to reach out to the legal office, and we will provide you with instructions on how to provide this information. Okay, so but
Thank
7
you.
days is
I'm hopeful we can reach an agreement, but I wanted to just be clear. So thank you.
Yes, and the board, as I stated before, supports settlements. So we're hopeful that you do reach settlements on this issue. All right.
Sorry,
All right.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes, sir.
may I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. You said you will send the forms or you already sent the forms?
No, I said no. You're going to get some information. Soon after this hearing, you will get some instructions by our office, by the legal office, that will provide you some guidelines what needs to be done. So you will receive that within shortly after this hearing. Once you're in receipt of these documents, if you have any further question, you can reach out to our legal office, and we will walk you through the procedure that needs to be followed. So we'll do that for Mr. Jackson, for the ANC, and for the group. So that's available to all parties. So our agency will provide you with instructions, and we're not going to provide you legal advice, but the agency will provide you information on how to provide the documents. And as you're aware, the hearing is December 8th. We have the Thanksgiving holiday coming through, so it behooves the parties to kind of work on it to make sure that if it's not settled, then you'll be able to turn these documents. So I strongly urge the parties that if you're serious about settling this matter, that you get towards doing that, because before you realize, it's time for the protest hearing. Okay? All right. Okay, we thank you greatly for your cooperation. And if you have any questions in the time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact our legal office. And so I thank the parties for their participation this morning, and have a great day. I hope not to see you on December 8th, because I have faith in the parties that they're going to settle this matter. But if we do, the board will make a decision on December 8th if the matter is not settled. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for participating today, and have a great day. All right.
And happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Bye-bye. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00075, 12 after 12, license number 117238. Can you, RIT person, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Stand by. Sedone Johannes, you are a panelist.
Morning.
Paul Demo, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's start with Ms. Johannes. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and identify your role in this matter?
Yes, Sidon Johannes, SIDONYOHANNES, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant licensee.
Thank you, Ms. Johannes. Mr. Demo, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Paul, Pauldimoh, Demo. I'm actually not able to put my camera on at the moment. I also am not able to stay for very long. I'm just here sort of to kind of listen in and see where we're at.
And who are you, Mr. Demo?
I'm sorry, say it again.
And who are you, sir?
Sure, I'm here on behalf of the Palladium community members.
So you represent the group?
I don't know if I represent the group, but I'm one of the participants who've been involved in our prior calls.
So who is the representative of the group of five? The group that's let me hold on a minute, please. Ms. Johannes, who is protesting this substantial change?
The only protestants are a group of 5 or more, and the representative of that group is Henry Ginesco.
All right, so Mr. Demo, so you're part of the group. Are you a part of the group, sir?
Yes.
And Ms. Johannes, so is he part of the group?
Mr. Demo is a part of the group, but he is not a representative of the group. The individual that should be here is Mr. Ginesco. And unless Mr. Ginesco is on the line, then the group is not present. And I would request that we dismiss the group of 5.
Well, I'm here with the group, and we've been in conversations in the past before, so I see no reason to dismiss the group. And I think it would be in bad faith to dismiss the group.
And what provision of the law are you referencing? What provision of the law is there a rule or regulation that says that if the representative of the group is not present, that they, although Mr. Demo is here, that they are that the matter should be dismissed?
There is a provision in the law that says that the group must be present at a status hearing, and that if the group can be represented by an individual, the individual should be stated in the letter that is submitted, the letter of protest, and that individual could be here on their behalf. But if that individual is not here, then it is up to the board about how to proceed. And I am don't have that rule or regulation in front of me, but I can get that to you in a minute. I am pulling up the specific regulation, but it's under 1604. My apologies, 1605.1. Where a group will be granted standing if they appear at the roll call hearing or at the protest hearing. Sorry, I'm having technical issues, but. So 1604.3, failure to appear at the protest status hearing, either in person or through a designated representative, may result in the denial of a license application or dismissal of a protest, unless in discretion of the board, good cause is shown for the failure to appear. And it goes on for good causes of failure to appear, none which exist at this time.
All right, Mr. Demo, can you tell us, just for the record again, you're a member of the group you're a member of the group, sir?
Yeah, I am a member of the group. I'm also a representative. I'm on the board of directors for the Palladium community. And so I'm here speaking on their behalf and simply to make sure we're preserving any rights that we may have.
And how did you know that you were supposed to be here today, sir?
I received an email, and the only reason why I'm here is because I wasn't sure if any of my other members were able to participate. I'm actually in the middle of another meeting at the moment, and so that's why I'm not able to participate fully as I'd like. But I'm making sure that we preserve any rights that we may have. So that's why I'm here.
All right, thank you. Any other further representation you want to make, Mr. Johannes?
No, I'll just say that pursuant to 1604.3, that the designated representative is not here, and none of those items indicated under that section as to good cause have been shown. And so a dismissal of this protest is what I would be requesting at this time.
So if I could just bring up 2 points.
Yes,
One, I think the specific text uses the word may, and so it's not a requirement that it be dismissed. Number two, we were in the process of discussing settlements, I believe, and so we're still awaiting an update on that. And so I think we deserve a good faith opportunity to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. D. Well, Ms. Johannes, I'm gonna make a motion to the board for the board to deny your motion. And the reason why I wanted to deny your motion, yes, you're correct, 1604.3, it says if the person is not here. I believe that if Mr. Demo was not participating in this hearing today, then the board would grant your motion because there is no one here from the group. But he is here, and there is no, you have not stated that he is not a member of the group. This is just a status hearing, and we have, although technically he was not, it's not my understanding that he was the designated representative, but all of the group members could have been here today. He's a member of the group. The group is represented today. So my recommendation to the board is that we deny the motion. Is there a second? Board members, I make a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. Now we're going to take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, Edward Grandis disagrees.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1 with Mr. Grandis in disagreement. So therefore, we're going to dismiss the motion and move forward. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? Ms. Yohannes?
None for the applicant.
Mr. Demo, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention?
None at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a a protest hearing on December 2nd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. All right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that by the way, the board supports settlement. So if this matter can be settled, I ask, as you stated, Mr. Demo, that the group is in discussions with the applicant to settle this matter, and the board supports all efforts if the matter can be settled. If the matter cannot be settled, then we'll have a protest hearing to settle the matter for everyone. But again, the board does support settlement. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you'll receive an email from Associate General Counsel John Berman that will include a copy of the protest information form PIP and a copy of the exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to Aber Legal, but also to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions by either side?
None for the applicant.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Mr. John Berman, and you can reach him by cell phone at 202-738-3199. All right. Good luck in your discussions, and I hope that this matter can be settled as been represented by you, Mr. Dima. If not, we will see you at a protest hearing on December 2nd at 1:30 p.m.
Sounds good. Quick question. Is there any way for them to send the information you had just mentioned via email?
Yes, sir. We will. The designated representative of the group, whoever went to the status hearing, who had the roll call, that person will get that information. But I gave you the phone number for Mr. Berman.
Yep.
So you can reach out to him and make sure that you are included in that in communication regarding this matter, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00234, Mama San Harlot, license number 114205. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Stand by. Ally Reza Kalantar, your rights have been elevated. Colin Sensi, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Ali Reza Kalantar,
Hold on,
ALIREZA.
hold on 1 minute. Hold on, please. Do you have a camera?
I'm trying to figure out how to use it. Does it work?
Yes, we can see you. All right. Who is it? Who represents the government in this case?
Morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Sensi here, representing the government. COLLINCENCI.
And good morning, Mr. Sensi. I'm not familiar with you, so I apologize. This is the first time you're appearing before the agency, so I do apologize, Mr.
That's right.
Sensi. All right.
No problem.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Palazar, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Good morning. Ali Reza Kalantar, ALIREZA, last name KALANTAR, and I'm the managing partner of the restaurant.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Sensi, good morning. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, my mistake. There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, hearing none, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on December 8th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. Any questions by anyone?
No questions from the government.
Mr. Calazar, so
no questions.
So at December 8th, if there's any documents that you plan to, or witnesses, then this is when 7 days before the hearing, the parties are directed to exchange documents and witnesses. If documents and witnesses are not exchanged 7 days before the hearing, then the board may deny introduction of documents or witnesses if they have not been disclosed 7 days before. I will ask if the parties want to discuss settlement as the time goes by, that is your option. But if not, if the matter is not settled by OIC, we will see you on December 8th at 10:30 a.m. for a show cause hearing. All right? All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The case is over, Mr. Calazar. So you can, all right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 19 CIT 00666, La Vie, license number 106046. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee for this case, please?
This hearing has been canceled.
No, it's not. It's not the hearing has not been canceled. All right, Mr. Sensi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Good morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Sensi, COLLINCENCI, representing the government today.
And are there any I see that it says show cause status here and the licensee is not here. Are there any preliminary matters that the government wishes to make?
Yes, there are. It is government's understanding that the licensee paid the underlying fine in this matter on November 10th, 2021. As such, the district would like to dismiss this matter by way of an oral motion to dismiss.
Thank you. I then make a motion that, as represented by the government, that the licensee has paid the fine, that their motion to dismiss this matter be granted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0, granting the motion to dismiss. Thank you, Mr. Sensi. You have a great day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right. All right, we're at the end of our morning agenda. And so since we're at the end of our morning agenda, we're now going to do our legal agenda. All right, the first matter on our legal agenda, it's review of a settlement agreement dated November 3rd, 2021 between, a group of 5 or more individuals and Master Liquors license number 074594. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 12, 2021 between ANC 1B, Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance, a group of 5 or more individuals, and The Alchemist, license number 118276. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number Number 3 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 12, 2021 between ANC 1B, Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance, a group of 5 or more, and Elements, license number 118277. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on the legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 3rd, 2021 between ANC 1B and District Alley, license number 119080. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5 on the legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 15th, 2021 between ANC 2B, the DuPont Circle Citizens Association, Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance, abutting property owners, and a group of 5 or more individuals, and Butter Me Up, license number 118304. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 5th, 2021 between ANC 2F and Handle 19, license number 119122. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. Let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7 on our legal agenda is a review of a motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest filed by Tivoli Partners Commercial LLC dated October 26, 2021 in case number 21 PRO 00074, Creole on 14th license number 115577. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8 on our legal agenda is a review of motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest filed by Gala Hispanic Theater dated November 1st, 2021 in case number 21 PRO 00074, Creole on 14th, license number 115577. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9 on our agenda is a review of the motion to review of applicant's motion to continue protest hearing filed by Barcada Wine Bar dated November 12, 2021 in case number 21 PRO 00070. The protest and ANC consented. This is in Barcada Wine Bar, license number 115719. I make a motion that we approve of this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10 on our agenda, review. It's a review of request for reinstatement of canceled license filed by Aura Catering dated November 12, 2021. License was canceled on November 18th, 2020. This is Aura Catering, license number 115823. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11 on our agenda is a review of the review of request for fact-finding hearing dated November 5th, 2021 from the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District regarding Abra licensed pub crawls. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis,
Crockett
second.
seconds.
Mr. Grandis, the second motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12 on our agenda is a review of the resolution submitted by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B dated November 15th, 2021, joining the Golden Triangle bids request for fact-finding hearing on pub crawls. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. And the next, number 13, is a vote on the suspension on on-premises alcohol sales and consumption notice of 16th emergency rulemaking. And this is a rulemaking. The Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, pursuant to the authority set forth in the Omnibus Alcoholic Beverage, and I'll skip over that one. So this is the portion of the rulemaking is that the coronavirus pandemic became known in February of 2020, and the first case in District of Columbia was confirmed in mid-March 2020. In response to the outbreak, Mayor Muriel Bowser and the Council of District of Columbia took immediate and deliberate action to protect district residents and businesses. The board also recognized the need to take immediate action regarding ABC licensed establishments located in the district. Due to the pandemic, district businesses, including ABC licensed establishments, initially experienced a suspension of the operations, recognizing that these establishments needed assistance due to the financial hardship, while at the same time taking steps to protect its customers. The board adopted a series of emergency rule making. In order to ensure that the district's alcohol beverage regulations are consistent with the mayor's order, the board finds immediate action is necessary to allow ABC licensed establishments to determine whether employees and patrons need to wear masks. The emergency rulemaking is necessary for the protection of the health, welfare, and safety of district residents. So the board is now voting whether or not to adopt this notice of 16th emergency rulemaking. I will then make a motion that the board adopts this rulemaking. And is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Thus, on November 17th, 2021, the board adopted the suspension of on-premises alcohol sales and consumption notice of 16th emergency rulemaking by a vote of 6-0. These emergency rules supersedes the emergency rules that the board adopted on August 4th, 2021. The emergency rules will take effect on November 22nd, 2021, and will expire in 120 days or by March 24th, 2022, unless superseded. We now will move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Equinox Sports Club, license number 096730. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our licensing agenda is a review request for a new storage facility permit. This is for Made to Measure Cocktails LLC, license number. I don't have the license number, but I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our licensing agenda is a review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to the pending license application. This is to be determined. This is WSC 20 LLC, license number 117170. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on the license agenda is a review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is in Post Pub, license number 17-07-05. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Miss Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 5 on our agenda, review application for carryout and delivery endorsement. This is in Schillen Cannon Company, license number 106038. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6 on our agenda is a review application for carryout and delivery endorsement. This is the Willard Intercontinental Hotel, license number 009713. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 7, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Grand Central, license number 076693. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 8, review application for carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Roses Luxury, license number 090884. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 9, review request for refund of late fees paid for licensee annual fee. Licensee indicates that a check was mailed to Abra on 9/25/2021, but did not arrive to Abra, to the office. This is for Novo Grocery, license number 111480. I make a motion to deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 10, review request for approval to provide a gift of Thanksgiving themed food samples for customers that do not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retailers. This request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 11, review application for a new manager's license. This is for Overston R. Cox, license number 119910. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review request for temporary operator retail permit. This is for the Courtyard by Marriott, Washington, D.C. DuPont Circa, license number 119965. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, the second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Aikido, license number 119595. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, a second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 3, review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Shoto, license number 119590. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis, a second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Agree.
Mr. Cato voted that he agreed. I know there was Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 4, review a request to remove license from safekeeping for reopening at a new location. This is for Sodexo Management Inc., license number 074323. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 5, review application for carry-out and delivery endorsement. This is for Hotel Monaco and Dirty Habit Restaurant, license number 085256. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6, review application for the carry-out and delivery endorsement. This is for BBK Cook Shop, license number 086393. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 7, review application for carry and delivery endorsement. This is for Bowtie, license number 095815. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed
Ms. Crockett
Grandis.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 8, review application for the carry-out and delivery endorsement. This is for Jane, license number 116175. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental licensing agenda is a review of an architectural floor plans for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is Amazon Retail LLC, license number 119356. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I
Grandis.
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for City Sliders, license number 117354. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to reinstate the canceled Summer Garden endorsement and pay the $75 fee. This is for City Sliders, license number 117354. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
and Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda Class B. There are 5 establishments on this agenda. I'm going to read the name of the establishments and the reason why we're canceling the license at the end of the list. I will ask the ABC board to cancel the license. The first establishment is Bardo River Brewery, license number 103291. The licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. Number 2 is Sankofa Beer Company, license number 108879. The licensee did not pay the second-year fee. Number 3 is Rocky and Company Wines, license number 109807. Licensee did not pay the second-year fee. Number 4 is Midnight Delicatessen, license number 114712. Licensee did not pay the second-year fee. And number 5 is Squash Club DC, license number 116969. Licensee did not pay the second-year annual fee. I make a motion that ABC cancels the license for the establishments that were just read. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda for Class C and D establishments. On this agenda, there are 45 establishments. I will read the names of all the 45 establishments in the record. I will give the reason why the board will be canceling the license at the end of the list. At the end of the list, I will make a motion that the board should cancel these licenses. So the first establishment is La Pain Quotidian, license number 092075. The licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. And number 2 is Shanghai Tokyo Cafe, license number 100161. Licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 3 is DC Conscious Cafe, license number 088623. Licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 4 is Thai and Pho Bistro, license number 103193. Licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 5 is Peche, license number 103802. Licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 6 is Montmartre 7th Hill, license number 060422, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 7 is Luna Grill and Diner DC, license number 102955, licensee did not pay the fee. Number 8, Butter Chicken Company, license number 115362, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 9, Buttercup Company 2, license number 116156, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 10, Don Lobos Mexican Grill, license number 060797, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 11, Toscos El Chilango, license number 090369, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 12, Tesora Trattoria and Pizzeria, license number 115985, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 13, Him Isu, license number 104583, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 14, Pinango Galato and Cafe, license number 105197, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 15, Payne Quadian, license number 077337, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 16, Thai, license number 090427, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 17, Sip and Dry Bar, license number 102486, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 18, The Outrage, license number 112755, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 19, I'm on H, license number 099569, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 20, Lido Pizza and Bar, license number 114097, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 21, Vapiano, license number 076388, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 22, Elephant and Castle Pub Restaurant, license number 089846, licensee did not pay third-year annual fee. Number 23, Declaration Nats Park, license number 107949, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 24, Patty Whack Candle Bar, license number 114767, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 25, Le Pain Quodian, license number 105256, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 26, Street Carts, Philip Seafood and Steaks, license number 108756, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 27, La Piazza, license number 086545, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 28, Local 16, license number 060467, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 29, Truth DC 78, license number 108602, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 30, Queen's Restaurant and Lounge, license number 114299, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 31, The Big Hunt, license number 019333, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 32, Exhale Bar and Lounge, license number 105144, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 33, Matchbox, license number 088258, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 34, The Capitol Lounge, license number 023601, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 35, 18th Street Lounge, license number 021211, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 36, District Anchor, license number 100517, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 35, The Fairfax at Embassy Row, license number 102830, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 38, Capital Skyline Hotel, license number 072534, licensee did not pay the annual fee. Number 39, Washington, D.C. Marriott Wardman Park Hotel, license number 108837, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Number 40, Anxo Cidery and Pintos Bar, license number 098528, licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Number 41, Tino's Pizzeria, license number 113918, licensee did not pay the third-year fee and did not request to extend safekeeping. Number 42, 525 H Street LLC, license number 109404, licensee did not pay the third-year fee and did not request to extend safekeeping. Number 43, 521, license number 105498, licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee and did not request to extend safekeeping. Number 44, Gladys G. Nunez, license number 114272, licensee did not request to extend safekeeping. And number 545, Costello Restaurant and Lounge, license number 100259, licensee did not request to extend safekeeping. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board cancels the licenses of the 45 establishments on the cancellation agenda for Class C and D. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda for caterers. There are 17 caterers on this cancellation agenda. I'm going to read the names of all 17 caterers, and at the end, I'll give the reason why we're going to vote to cancel the license. And at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC Board to second the motion and to vote to cancel the license. So the first establishment is Restaurant Association, Inc., license number 077045, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 2, Langston Bar and Grill, license number 086271, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 3, District Commons Burger, license number 088027, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 4, Mindful Catering, license number 089441, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 5, Hill Country, license number 089475, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 6, the Occidental, license number 090516, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 7, La Piazza, license number 092729, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 8, Napa Valley Caterers, license number 094604, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 9, Guava Catering Company, license number 097169, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 10, Revive Events and Catering, license number 099678, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 11, OMG Latin Flavors, license number 100491, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 12, Eric Fleischer Catering, license number 102512, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 13, Goodies Frozen Custard and Treats, license number 105788, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 14, SRG Terrace, license number 107919, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. Number 15, Cheese Monster Studio, license number 111361, licensee did not pay the 30-year annual fee. Number 16, Contrast Catering, license number 114567, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. And number 17, Wolfgang Puck Catering, license number 115087, licensee did not pay the 30-year fee. I make a motion that ABC Board therefore cancel these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now on our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Simple Bani Me, license number 109799. The licensee requested cancellation. I make a motion that the ABC Board cancels the license. There a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Ms. Grandis, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We're now at our agenda rescinding prior approval of 405.1 and 405.2 status. There are 9 establishments on this agenda. The ABC Board will be rescinding approval of the following license in 405.1 or 404.2 status for the reasons below. Again, there are 9 establishments on this agenda. I will read all 9 establishments in the record. At the end of the list, I will ask the ABC Board to cancel these licenses. Number 1, 7 Drum City, license number 116420. Applicant did not pay the 3rd-year annual fee. Number 2, 9 Bar Streets Art Cafe, license number 116399. Applicant did not pay the 3rd-year annual fee. Number 3, Who's Where, license number 084908. Licensee did not pay the 3rd-year fee. Number 4, Bourbon Adams Morgan, license number 113499. Applicant did not pay the 3rd-year fee. Number 5, Ampora Fundita, license number 114431. Licensee did not pay the 3rd-year fee. Number 6, The Liberator, license number 101496. License applicant did not pay the 3rd-year annual fee. Number 7, William Mulhern's Sons, license number 115826. Applicant did not pay the 3rd-year fee. Number 18, French 75, license number 108192. Applicant did not pay the 3rd-year fee. And number 9, District Culture, license number 108568. Applicant did not pay the 3rd-year fee. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board cancels these licenses. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Henson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We now move to our vacate, cease, and desist orders agenda. On this agenda, there are 24 establishments. I will read all 24, the name of the 24 establishments in the record, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the ABC Board vacates the following cease and desist orders previously issued on November 3rd, 2021. The first establishment is the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, Valor Group Pub, license number 071793. The licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd, 2021. The second establishment is Domore Bird's Eye Destination Wedding, license number 088683. The licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Number 3, Meat and Foods, license number 092127. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee. Number 4, Lottery, license number 106089. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Number 5, Goji Yogi, license number 11233. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Number 6, Union Kitchen, license number 115031. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Sharid Madrid Restaurant, license number 060806. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Number 8, Novel Grocery, license number 111480. Licensee paid the 2nd-year annual fee on November 3rd. Number 9, Proper 21, licensee paid license number 113983. Licensee paid the annual fee on November 3rd. Taj of India, license number 060065. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Nagomi, license number 096999. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Daily Grill, license number 024105. Licensee paid the 3rd-year fee on November 3rd. Low Band Dumplings, license number 116185, licensee paid the third-year fee on November 3rd. The Outsider, license number 110889, the licensee paid the annual fee on November 4th. Bread Soda, license number 078065, the licensee paid the third-year fee on November 4th. Number 16, Commonwealth Katina Homestead, license number 090865, licensee paid the third-year fee on November 4th, 2021. The Ugly Mug Valor Brew Pub, license number 113790, licensee paid the third-year fee on June 10th, 2021. Hill Country, license number 083696, licensee paid the third-year annual fee on November 8th, 2021. Apayo, license number 094795, licensee paid the third-year annual fee on November 8th, 2021. Afghan Grill, license number 060278, licensee paid the third-year fee on November 9th, 2021. Korean Restaurant, license number 088512, licensee paid the third-year fee on November 10th, 2021. Rajak Curry House, license number 070945, licensee paid the third-year fee on November 12th, 2021. Tabanera del Alberdero, license number 092199, licensee paid the third-year fee on November 12th, 2021. And Quilex Restaurant and Lounge, license number 114288. The licensee paid the third-year fee on November 15th, 2021, and therefore make a motion that the ABC Board vacate the cease and desist orders previously issued on November 3rd, 2021 for the establishment. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. Okay, we now move to the board temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 12 applicants on this docket. I'm going to read the name of the 12 applicants and the requests that are being made. And at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC Board to vote to approve these licenses. The first request, a request made by Brett A. Curtis. This is for one-day license class S. This is an event on November 25th, 2021. And the license number is 119937. Number 2 on the list is a request made by Ifuna M. Izuga. It's for one-day license class F. This is an event on November 20th, 2021. The license number is 119939. Number 3 is a request made by Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class F. This is on November 20th, 2021. The license number is 119948. Number 4 is another request by Lana W. Mahmoud, a one-day license class F. This is an event on November 27th, 2021. The license number is 119949. Number 5 is another request from Lana W. Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, for an event on November 29th, 2021 and November 30th, 2021. The license number is 119950. Number 6 is a request from Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. This is for Metro Bar. The date of the event is December 2nd, 2021, December 3rd, December 4th, December 5th, 2021. The license number is 119931. Number 7 is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class F. This is for December 9th, December 10th, December 11th, and December 12th, 2021. The license number is 119932. Number 8 is another request from Jesse B. Roush for a one-day license class G. The dates are December 16th, December 17th, December 18th, and December 19th, 2021. license number is 119933. Number 9 is another request from Jesse B. Roush. It's again a one-day license class G. The date of the event is December 23rd, December 24th, December 25th, and December 26th, 2021. The license number is 119934. Number 10 is another request from Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. The dates of the events are December 30th, 2021, December 31st, 2021, January 1st, 2022, and January 2nd, 2022. The license number is 119935. Number 11 is a request from Michael Smith, one-day license class G. This is on November 26, 2021. The license number is 119959. Number 12 on the list is a request from Heinrich House Foundation, Curie House Museum, a one-day substantial change. This is a one-day substantial change use license off premises for the Curie House Museum annual Christmas market. The market extended into the adjacent sidewalk at 1334 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest. The date of the event is December 3rd, 2021, December 4th, and December 5th, 2021. The license number is 100637. A substantial change request license number is 21SC00864. I make a motion that ABC Board grants these one-day licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I
Ms.
agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Our final agenda is the license and administrative docket. The following applicants were submitted to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for review. There are 19 applicants on this docket. I will review the names of all 19 applicants. At the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC Board approve the request. The number 1 is a request from 3 Stars Brewing Company, license number 087686. It's their manufacturer B entertainment endorsement application. Number 2 is Station 4, license number 112252. Their retailer C restaurant adding cover charge to entertainment endorsement application. Number 3 is Buckaroo's, license number 115707. Their retailer C restaurant trade name change application. The new name is Muchas Gracias. Number 4, Praises Son on the Alley, license number 108886. Their retailer C Tavern trade name change application. The new name is Barchinos. Number 5 is a request from Wesley Nolan. This is for a personal importation permit application. The license number is 21 IMP 00033. Number 6 is a request from Saeed T. Jawad. This is for personal importation permit application. The application number 7 is a request from Palomar Victoria, license number 119917. Their retailer C restaurant. This is a transfer with sale application. Number 8 is a request from Takara 14, license number 117835. Retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 9, the request from Surfside Taco Stand, license number 119138. Retailer C restaurant, new ABC license with carry out and delivery application. Number 10, the request from Virginia Market, license number 119980. Retailer A liquor store transfer with sale application. Number 11 is a request from Verified Wines and Fine Spirits, their retailer A liquor store, new ABC license application. Number 12, this is a request from With 20 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 117170, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 13, the request from BHG Waterfront LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 118143, their retailer C license. It's a new ABC license application. Number 14 is a request from Slade Wine Bar and Bistro, license number 089768, their retailer C restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 15, the request from King Street Oyster Bar, license number 114987, retailer C restaurant, class change application from a DR to a CR. Number 16, the request from Little Chicken Gravy Nona, license number 119141, restaurant, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 17, a request from Bread and Chocolate, license number 007792, retailer C restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 18, a request from The Alchemist, license number 118276, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. And number 19, a request from Elements DC, their retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. I make a motion that ABC board grants all these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis agrees.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passes 6-0. The board has now come to the end of its morning session. I want to thank the members of the public who participated in the session, and also thank the board members for participating in this morning's session. The board then will be on recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now direct all our ABC board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a great morning. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. Again, as stated, I'm chairman of the board. We're joined with 5 other members today. We have Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance this afternoon for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. We have 7 hearings this afternoon. This afternoon, there are 7 hearings on our calendar. And once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. And so this afternoon, as we start with our calendar this afternoon, the first case on our afternoon calendar is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00047 ANS Grocery license number 101367. This case has been canceled. The party submitted an agreement for the board's a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The second case on our calendar this afternoon is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00066, The Alchemist, license number 118276. This case has been settled. The party submitted a settlement agreement that the board considered and approved on our legal agenda this morning. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00067, Elements DC, license number 118277. This case is canceled. The parties submitted a settlement agreement to the board. The board reviewed it and approved the settlement agreement this morning on our legal agenda. So the next case on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing. This is case number 21 CMP 0046 Seven Seas Restaurant, license number 654. Ms. Foshbaum, can you please elevate the rights of the participants in this case, please? So we should have investigator Mark Ruiz. There might be a licensee, and there might be a representative from the licensee.
Stand by.
Thank you.
Christina Akura, your rights are being elevated. Ulysses Romero, your rights are being elevated. Mark Ruiz, your rights are being elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Foshbaum. For all the parties, if you have your camera, can you please turn your camera on if you have the ability to do that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Investigator Ruiz. I'm unable to activate my camera for whatever reason.
Do you want to log out and come back in?
I can try. I don't know if it had something to do with the permissions. Yeah, I can try.
Are you at home or are you in the office?
I'm in the office.
Well, then if you're in the office, then there should be no reason why you can't be on camera. So why don't you log back off and maybe you'll be able to we'll be able to do that. And maybe since we can hear you, you should have the ability to turn your camera on.
Yeah, it's grayed out. Hold on one sec.
Ms. Okora and Mr. Romero, do you have the ability? Yes, that's Ms. Okora. I can now see you. Mr. Romero, do you have the ability to be on camera? All right. All right. I see that you're in a vehicle, sir. So will you be moving through this hearing, sir, or will you be in a stationary position? I cannot hear you, sir. Please, I can't hear you. I just want to. I still cannot hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. So the question, sir, I see that you're in a vehicle. Will you be in a stationary position, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so are you ready, Mr. Ruiz? All right, can you, well, I can't hear you, sir, so can you spell and state your name for the record, please? No, Mr. Ruiz, you're on mute. No?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Ruiz, but now we can't see you.
There we go. We got it. There we go.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Mr. Ruiz, maybe you can shift the camera out so we can see you. We're seeing the side of your profile. All right. Nothing's wrong with it. Yes. Okay. Now we can see. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz.
You're welcome.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Ms. Okoro, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please? We can't hear you, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Christina Okura. Last name spelled as O-K-U-R-A. I'm the attorney for Ms. Popon Lutsu, who is the president and licensee of Seven Seas Restaurant, Inc.
Can you spell her name, ma'am?
Yes. My client name is Popon, first names P-O-F-U-N-G. Last name is Liu, L-I-U, and T-S-U-I.
All right, thank you. Is she joining us this afternoon, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Romero, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Ulysses Romero, U-L-I-S-E-S, Romero, R-O-M-E-R-O. I'm the owner of the business.
You're the owner of the business. And Ms. Okoro, who is it that you represent?
I represent Ms. Popon Lutsu, who is the president of Seven Seas Restaurant, Inc. who which owns the license number ABRA 000654.
So from who is Mr. Romero? Not, I'm asking you, Mr. Coro. Who is Mr. Romero?
Mr. Romero is the tenant of the 5915 Georgia Avenue Northwest, the building in which Seven Seas Restaurant located.
So he's the owner of the building.
He is not the owner of the building. He has control. Okay, this license has been owned by Seven Seas Restaurant Inc., which is corporation. Corporation has currently 9 shares outstanding. Mr. Romero purchased 2 shares of this 9 shares. So Mr. Romero owns 2 shares, which is 22%, and the rest of the shares, 7 shares, are intact with my client, Paul von Lucille. So stock holding outstanding by Seven Seas Restaurant Inc. has changed in a sense, but not more than 50%, because 2 shares Mr. Romero is holding right now represent 22% of ownership.
All right, so, but it's who is on the liquor license with Abra? Do you know who is on the liquor license from Abra?
Yes, Seven Seas Restaurant Inc.
So what are the names from your
And
the officers that are listed on the license?
Officers listed on the license is my client, Paul von Lucille, and I believe her son. So currently on the record, there are 2 officers, my client, Paul von Lucille, and her son, and are the 2 officers. I'm sorry, do you need the name of the other officer?
If you have that information, ma'am.
Okay, I
If
do
you
not
don't
have
it.
Okay.
I see you don't have it?
I don't have it right now with me.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, let me just ask you a preliminary question. As far as Abra's records are concerned, what are the names that are on the license?
I believe Miss Fui. I'm sorry, how to pronounce her name?
Yeah, I need you to be specific to tell me the names. As far as Abra's records are concerned, what are the names that are on the license? If you need an opportunity to go find that information, I need you to do that. And I need you to spell the names once you provide them. Are you looking up the information?
Yes, I'm looking it up.
No,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that all right. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, we have ownership from P-O, Fung, F-U-N-G, Liu, L-I-U, dash Sui, T-S-U-I, as a president for 1,000 shares for 100% ownership.
So one more time, as far as Abra is concerned, as the president, as what name again is on the license?
Po Fung Liu Sui.
So spell it again one more time for me, please, sir.
Yes, it's POFUNGLIUTSUI.
And this person is, what's their title?
Listed as president.
And they own, and how many shares do they own?
1,000.
I'm sorry, so what?
It's listed as 1,000.
1,000? So they
Yes.
own, I guess they own 100% from what?
Correct.
They own 100%.
Correct.
All right. So as a preliminary matter, Mr. Romero, as far as Abra is concerned, from what the investigator stated, you're not on the license, sir. And so Ms. Okoro,
Yes.
based on the corporation and whatever shares are outstanding, you need to contact Abra and update our license to make sure that the license that Abra has reflects the current status of the corporation.
Okay.
That's as a preliminary matter, okay?
Okay.
Because I hear you're saying that that your client owns, you're telling me who the officers are. You have stated that Mr. Romero, he does own some shares in the corporation. That's what you've said to me. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. No, I'm just saying, yeah. So so you're saying that he owns some shares in the corporation. However, if he owns more than 10% of the corporation, his name needs to be provided to Abra. So that's if he owns more than 10% of the corporation, meaning that he owns 10% of the license. In order for the corporation needs to update its records with Abra to reflect the status of the corporation. So I just want to say, as far as Abra is concerned, Mr. Romero, based on what Mr. Ruiz stated that our records reflect, you do not have any ownership stake in this establishment as far as Abra is concerned. Okay? I'm not saying whether or not you own anything in the corporation. I'm just saying as far as Abra is concerned, because our records only reflect that Ms. Po Fung Lu Chi as the president who owns 100% of this corporation. That's just what, based on what Mr. Ruiz just presented to me, that's what our records reflect.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Ruiz, I know this is a fact finding here because one of the what we were informed, the purpose of this hearing is that the transfer of ownership without board approval. And so so that's the purpose of this hearing. And I have some preliminary issue, but I'm gonna have Mr. Ruiz go through the report. And once Mr. Ruiz goes through the report, then either side can ask questions of Mr. Ruiz. The board will ask Mr. Ruiz some questions. And you, Mr. Romero, can also ask questions. And Ms. Okara, you can ask questions. But this is a fact-finding hearing. We are trying to gather information to make a determination what it is that we're going to do, because it appears that representations are being made about who actually owns the business, and our records do not reflect the representations that are made publicly. So we're just trying to get to the bottom of it. So therefore, our records must reflect the ownership status of this corporation. So I'll have you then go, Mr. Ruiz, and just let us know, bring us up to date what information you are able to gather. And just tell me who you are and where you're employed, who you're employed by, sir.
Yes, my name is Mark Ruiz, Markruiz, and I am employed by the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration as an investigator. On Thursday, August 26, 2021, at approximately 8:46 p.m., I visited Seven Seas Restaurant to issue a quarterly statement violation citation and to conduct a regulatory inspection. Upon entering the bar, I identified myself as an ABBA investigator. I met with Mr. Luis Romero, who I am familiar with on prior visits, and is continuing to represent himself as the owner of the establishment. And he is who agreed me with the visit that day. During the regulatory inspection, all license and permits were present. The only issue we came about was one, him being the owner that is not represented on our records, and two, while doing books and records check, it was found Mr. Romero presented A and B store receipts from his pocket, and then at a later date was able to provide me with additional receipts that he's been purchasing alcohol himself from A and B stores throughout the District of Columbia. At that time, during that inspection, I did have a conversation with Mr. Romero.
Hold on, Mr. Ruiz. What are A and B stores?
Liquor stores. I apologize. Liquor stores throughout the District of Columbia.
Why? So is this a problem?
Because it was his main activity in the District of
hold on.
Columbia.
Go ahead. No, I'm asking a question. You stated that he gave you receipts from A and B. So, okay, so why is this important? Or is this important?
But that was a violation because he was purchasing alcohol, and you have to purchase from wholesalers.
All right, so he was purchasing, so you're saying that he was purchasing alcohol from what are A and B facilities?
Various liquor stores throughout the city.
So he's buying alcohol from liquor stores throughout the city, and you're saying where was he supposed to purchase alcohol from?
Approved wholesalers in the District of Columbia. It was, yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
So that was one issue I discussed with him. He had to purchase from the wholesalers, and the purchase from a liquor store was only in an emergency case after hours if he needed to replace something. But Mr. Romero was doing it as a regular practice due to the fact of wholesalers, as Mr. Romero stated to me, required a much bigger purchase than he was able to accommodate. While further investigating, I decided to continue to ask Mr. Romero more on his ownership interest in the business. As prior visits, no ABC manager violations have been issued, and I've had conversation with Mr. Romero that if he is not on a license, then he needs to become an ABC manager to be there by himself. He continues to state that he is an owner, at which time I asked him to provide me with additional information. He provided me with a lease that was signed by himself and Miss Sui to rent out the restaurant. In addition, while meeting with Mr. Romero at a later date on September 8th, 2021, we were able to have Miss Sui on the phone on a three-way conversation, at which time I was able to ask her about her relationship with Mr. Romero and her involvement with the business. And Miss Sui was very clear that she is the property owner and the owner of the alcohol license, which she rented out to Mr. Romero to operate the restaurant. And then at that time, I also advised her as well on that date that Mr. Romero is not listed as ownership on her as far as Abra is concerned, and that she needed to contact Abra to make the necessary arrangements for him to be added to the ownership structure, which she understood. And then that was the end of that conversation. I further conversation with Mr. Romero, he just stated, you know, he started renting the business in 2017. He made all the renovations, got the building up to code, all using personal funds. Mr. Romero was able to provide me with all the services and utilities that he's signed agreements with for trash, food. He purchases the food, he creates the menu, he manages all the employees. He also is in direct control of the checking account for the business, which is addressed to his personal residence, as he stated to me. And that he does is pay Miss Sui rent each month of $6,500 plus the water bill, and that is all the involvement that Miss Sui has with this restaurant. And Mr. Romero continues to contest that he is the owner. He's put all his personal energy and funds into the business. All he does is rent the property from Miss Sui. That was basic of the investigation. I have several exhibits that explain all that he provided to me.
All right. Miss Okoro,
Yes.
do you have any questions that you would? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Are there any questions that any board members have of Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Mr. Ruiz, it's a pleasure to have you today in front of us again, and we appreciate the good narratives you provide the board, so we understand basically what goes on day to day when you go investigate. So thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your good representations. If I understand the situation here, there is a corporate structure that would be under DCRA Corporation Division, and then there is a tenant structure that deals with leasing the facility. And if I understand right, in that lease, the person who is the quote tenant also has a right to use the ABC license. Is that in the lease?
I didn't see that specifically in the lease, no.
So there's no mention of the ABC license as far as you recollect in the lease.
Correct.
Okay, so under the corporate structure, Mr. Romero makes representation that he has an ownership interest in this corporation.
Correct.
I understand that correct? And the lease is in the name of Mr. Romero, or is it in the name of another entity? In other words, is the owner in the lease is obviously the corporation. Is a tenant named solely as Mr. Romero, or is it named to an entity which Mr. Romero is part of?
I don't recall exactly. I know he signed the lease, and I believe it listed him as owner of Seven Seas Restaurant. I would have to pull up the lease and look again, but
Is the lease something that you have available?
yeah, it's attached to my report here.
And once again, could you take a look to see who the tenant is in the lease? Is it just,
Hold on 1 minute. Miss Bosch, do you have the report? So you're saying, Mr. Ruiz, you're saying that the lease is attached to your report?
Yeah, I turned it in with the report.
So do you have access to that document that you can, if we give you the opportunity to to share your screen. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, give me one moment. I can pull it up.
All right, so Ms. Foshman, can you please give Mr. Ruiz the opportunity to share his screen, please?
Investigator Ruiz, you are now a presenter.
Thank you. Give me one moment. Mr. Chairman, I don't, the final report that was submitted in had the exhibits attached. The copy I have does not have it. So I could probably get it in a second if you can give me just another minute.
That's fine. Mr. Cora, while we're waiting for Mr. Ruiz, just a quick question. I know you stated Mr. Romero's ownership status in the corporation. Have you do you know whether or not this has been reflected? The records at DCRA has been updated to reflect it, to reflect who the officers and the percentage of the corporation?
I do not recall that my client has updated EBRA regarding Mr. Romero's purchase of 2 shares. I want to speak one key document. When Mr. Romero purchased 2 shares, my client, then Mr. Romero signed so-called stock purchase agreement. This is a big piece of document that I hopefully investigator Mr. Luis have it, but I'm not sure if he has it. This is a very key document that what Mr. Romero and my client agreed to do in his purchase of 2 shares. So I'm not sure investigator Mr. Luis has ever reviewed the so-called stock purchase agreement. That's something that I want everyone here to acknowledge that Mr. Romero's power and authority is strictly documented what he can do in his purchase of 2 shares. And
Mr. Coro,
yes.
That's internal what is going on between in the corporation, between your client and Mr. Romero.
Okay.
I mean, our position, the purpose of this hearing is that we're looking at our license and we're looking to see who's on the license. And if someone is not on the license as far as ABRA is concerned, that person cannot claim to ABRA that they are the owner. So I don't the board, the agents, we don't really care about what's in your stock, what is in your agreement. That's for another forum. All that we're trying to do is that we have the license, and our license states that there's one owner, and unless your client comes to Abra and change that structure, that is the only person that Abra recognizes as a licensee, irrespective of what Mr. Romero says. And whatever the agreement is, that is between your client and Mr. Romero. Okay. So all we're trying to do is to get our record straight, and we need your client at some point, if our record is incorrect, it's for your client to provide us the correct information on our license if a correction needs to be made. So that's basically where we are right now. So I'm sorry, ma'am.
So I have written numerous letters to Mr. Romero that he needs to apply for ABC manager license. That's the only option that for Mr. Romero to operate Seven Seas Restaurant. The only option my client allow is Mr. Romero has to apply for ABC manager license, which Mr. Romero is refusing to do, or I don't know why Mr. Romero is not applying for ABC license manager. Now that is our issue between my client and Mr. Romero.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Ruiz, do you have the information now? Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please. So, it's your question, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Lawrence, could you
Yes,
just
sir.
point us to the paragraph on who the tenant is? Okay.
Sorry. Section 2 there, 2A, that Ulysses R. Romero, tenant and Seven Seas Restaurant business owner, promises and agrees such and such. That's just a paragraph that indicated him as a tenant. And
Okay,
this is
so-
him signing as a tenant and Seven Seas Restaurant business owner on the bottom on June 1st, 2019.
Seven Seas Restaurant, is that a trade name for this establishment that's listed with Abra?
Correct.
Okay. So as the chairman says, we do not get involved with the relationship between the landlord and tenant. I was just, and as you've done, I just wanted some clarification on how the parties are identified in the lease. It's not our responsibility, but I just wanted to get some clarification, and you've done that, and I want to thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Ruiz, you can close your screen. Are there any other questions by any of the board members of Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Short.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Investigator Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Thank you for an excellent report. Thank you for coming and testifying today.
You're welcome.
In this case. Can you tell us a little about the investigative history attached to this license in regards to ownership?
Yes, so the history is a part of the report. So the history, which goes back to 2019, I believe that's when the license was brought out of safekeeping. I understand it was under safekeeping for a long time. So the history that I have available goes back to July 6, 2019. And I don't see anything in regards to ownership, just a couple no ABC managers and fines that were paid in regards to that.
So that would reflect that the owner's never been there. They never had an owner or ABC person operating the establishment. Would that be
Correct.
clear? Would that be a clear assumption?
During our visits, correct.
Have you ever discussed with anyone there, Mr. Romero, or anyone else, steps they could take to clear that up with the few inspections?
Yeah, I've had a conversation with Ms. Sui on the phone about it, as well as several conversations with Mr. Romero on what he needed to, what needed to happen. That he had to settle with Ms. Sui about the ownership, and that he had to be added as an owner of at least 10% placed on the license for him to not have an ABC manager's license, or else he would have to, or have somebody in the establishment be an ABC manager. And I've presented that to both Ms. Sui and Mr. Romero. I know Mr. Romero stated multiple times that, he's tried to do his own thing, but Ms. Sui doesn't want to give up the business. Just keep it in the family.
For the records, what dates did you inform Mr. Romero and the owner of record of what they needed to do to get squared away with Arbor?
So I had a conversation with Ms. Sui on September 8th with Mr. Romero on the phone, and I've had a couple with Mr. Romero on the
I need the
8th.
year. I need the years.
Okay, so current September 8th, 2021. And then I've been dealing mostly with Mr. Romero since he's been the one only present at the establishment during my visits on August 26, 2021, as well as October 19th and September 18th of 2019 when they started operating.
And have they responded in kind?
He's claimed he understood, but no action was taken to make the ownership concrete.
Thank you very
For
much.
Aber.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions of the investigator by any other board members? All right, Ms. Cora, do you have any questions that you want to ask Mr. Ruiz?
When one thing that I need to clarify is my client did not know anything about any of the citation and fine Mr. Romero paid for the last 4 years until she reviews for the investigative report. So so when those, I see that Mr. Romero paid fines for no ABC manager license 4 times. So Mr. Luis, you never informed my client about those no ABC manager license citation or fines.
I believe I informed Romero on the phone about.
I'm not talking about Mr. Romero. I'm not talking about my client directly.
Yeah, when she was on the phone with us, it was presented about these no ABC manager that he didn't have a license.
Was when? I'm sorry, that was when?
That was probably recent this year, 2021. And I believe prior to that, because Mr. Romero was acting as the agent for the business, he was was told to get with the owner to settle the matter. And I can't recall, but I might have attempted a phone call at one time, but was unable to contact. But I understand that she resides above the business. But yeah.
Okay, so the point I just tried to clarify is that September of this year is the first time that you directly converse with my client about all the citation regarding no ABC manager license.
Yeah, I can say that definitively. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be that fact to be clear that my client did not about this citation until September this year.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Ruiz? All right. Mr. Romero.
Yes, sir.
And normally I wouldn't. Normally I would not have you speak because you're not on the license, so you are not recognized by ABRA as an owner. This is all I'm saying. You're not recognized by ABRA as an owner because you're not on the license, sir. And so normally, because you're not recognized by ABRA, because you're not on the license, so you're not recognized as an owner, then I wouldn't have any questions to ask you. But since your name has been brought up so many times in this hearing, either in this hearing and also by the investigator, what is it that you have to say for yourself? So I do not want to be, I'm not asking about the internal dispute that you might be having with the owner.
Okay.
All right, I'm just trying to find out, maybe you can what's going on?
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, it's been one thing after another, but I want to answer a question to Ms. Hakura, that with this document that she has a stock purchase, the manager license is out of the question. Manager license requires maintenance, and this is way higher than manager license. So that's why I never pursued the idea of getting a manager license, because I was able to purchase and be part of the ownership. So manager license was never intentional. No, I never intended.
In the stock purchase agreement, Mr. Romero.
Mr. Cora, I'm sorry, this is not, you've had your opportunity. This is Mr. Cora's, I'm sorry, Mr. Romero's. Again, this is not where the ABC board is not getting in the middle of the dispute between both parties. Okay, this is not the forum for this. I'm just, since his name has been mentioned so many times, he's there. I'm just asking, have him just explain. I'm just asking him just to explain his position. Go ahead.
Thank you. Like I talked to Investigator Luis, I'm doing everything that I can to be right, to do everything right. I know what my position is now, and I know what we need to do. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna talk to my my landlord and see if a manager license is what she wants me to do. I will do that. But if with this purchase that I have, void the manager license and get me a different opportunity, I will pursue that. But of course, I want to have everything done right.
But well, do you know, did Mr. Ruiz explain to you, sir, what a manager's license is from ABRA?
Yes.
What is it that, so what's your understanding of a manager's license, sir, if you, based on what was told to you, sir?
Okay, it's what it is. It's a manager's license. That means that I can operate, I can be there by myself in sales or buying liquor from the District of Columbia. On the other hand, ownership license does not require for me to come to Abra and renew it every 2 years. It's just a different position. But like I said, you know, if Miss Lou wants me to get a manager's license, I will.
But sir, I think you're kind of missing the point here, sir.
Okay.
It appears that Mr. Ruiz has informed you that you're not on the license, and because you're not on the license, you cannot state that you are the owner of the business because you are not on ABRA's license. And
Correct.
so, and Mr. Ruiz has said to you, because you're not on the license, and in order for you, if you are going to be here by yourself, you have to apply for a manager's license from ABRA. Was that told to you, sir?
Yes, sir, that is correct. But you see, with this paper here, I can get into the license.
Sir, sir.
Yes.
And I can't give you advice, sir. But clearly there's a dispute that's going on between yourself and Miss Louis, I'm sorry, the president, about what it means to be an owner. And you, sir, and her has to get together and solve that issue.
Okay.
Because until and unless, sir, you are on the ABRA license, you cannot continue. When ABRA shows up, you cannot continue to state that you are an owner because you're not on the ABRA license.
Understand.
And it appears that Mr. Ruiz has informed you, sir, if you are going to be there by yourself until whatever else is going on, you have to you have to get an ABC manager or Miss Paul Fong, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing her name. She has to be there.
Yes.
And sir, you cannot, and also part of the problem that it's obvious that you're buying liquor from A and B stores, and because you're a restaurant, you cannot purchase liquor from A and B stores, and so therefore you have to buy the liquor that's served in a restaurant has to be purchased from a wholesaler.
That was correct with Mr. Ruiz. I do buy from the wholesalers.
But I don't know how you're buying from the wholesaler, sir, if you're not an owner or you don't have an ABC manager license. So that's what I'm saying. So you will continue. Not you. 7 Cs will continue to get, if we come back to the establishment, this can't occur, sir. So I'm formally advising you, sir, that because you are not on the license, you cannot tell anyone that you are the owner of the business, and you cannot continue to purchase alcohol because you're not the owner as far as ABRA is concerned. If you believe that you're an owner of the establishment, sir, you and the person who's on the license need to clarify that situation, and then the paperwork needs to be filed with ABRA to change the ownership status, if that is so.
Yes, and I always refer as a partner, not an owner. But you have a way in your system to be a partner.
Sir, I'm sorry, Miss Accor, what is the name of it? What's your client's name again? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Paul Fong Lutu.
Okay, well, the owner has to come to us, sir. The Miss Paul Fong Tasu would have to file the
Miss, you can just say Miss Lou.
Miss Lou
Yes.
would have to come to ABRA to change the ownership structure.
Correct.
We can't do nothing, sir. And you can't do anything, sir. She's the one who has to come to us and clarify the official records. And once that's clarified, whatever the record says, then we go by the record. But you can't do it. So you and her needs to settle it to figure out who is the owner and to inform Abra who the owner of this establishment is. Who are the owners of this establishment, sir?
I understand.
So any other representation that anyone needs to make? Now, the recommendation that I'm going to make to the board is that we're going to, as I stated before, this is a fact-finding hearing. And at a fact-finding hearing, these are the options that the board has. The board can decide that we're not going to take any further action. The board can also decide that they're going to send this to the Office of the Attorney General for further investigation. Those are the options that the board has. And so I'm going to recommend to the board that we take this matter under advisement for us to figure out what the next step is. I don't know what the board is going to do, but I'm saying those are the options that the board has, because the reason why we're having this fact-finding hearing is that you, Mr. Romero, has been stating that you're the owner of the establishment, and our records do not reflect that you are the owner. And so therefore, each time we come to the establishment, because you're not on the license, Abra does not recognize you as an owner, so you will continue to receive operating without an owner or an ABC manager. And we're also informing you, sir, that you cannot purchase liquor for the business, alcohol for the business from A or B stores. And so you cannot purchase from A and B stores unless it's an emergency and it's an emergency and the wholesalers are closed. That's the only time you can purchase alcohol from a non-B store. A non-wholesaler, And
I have accounts with non-wholesalers.
And I don't know whether or not you can purchase alcohol from a wholesaler. I don't know. I don't know. But so that's what the board is going to do. But clearly there is an issue going on between you and, as the lease says, your landlord. And the only thing that the board can do is to, whatever decision that we make, is that we're going to hold Miss Lou accountable because she's the only person who's on a license. Because that's who Miss Okaru. Whatever the board does, it's against your client, because your client is the only person that's on the license. So if this matter is referred as for a show cause, it's going to be against your client, because you're the only client. Your client is the only person that Abra has on the license. Abra cannot legally take any action against Mr. Romero because we do not recognize him as an owner. So the only action that Abra can take is against your client. So your client and Mr. Romero, you need to do what needs to be done to whatever needs to be done to ensure that Abra has the correct information on their license. So if Ms. Lou is the only owner, then that's what it is. Then you need to do whatever needs to be done that Mr. Romero, either your client needs to be there in the establishment when he's operating, or whatever else needs to be done. He needs to get an ABC manager license or whatever else needs to be done. But your client is the only person that Abra currently recognized as the owner of this establishment because of that's the only name that's on the license.
I understand. I think my client understands well that too. That's why we have an internal agreement strictly limiting, Mr. My client is not going to, is never allowed. I know from my conversation with my client, there will be no chance that my client is allowed, Mr. Romero, to be the owner.
That's not, as I said before, that is not our concern.
Okay.
Our concern, and I'm saying to you, is that our concern is that your client is the only name that is on the license. And Abra, and I'm letting you know that Abra will continue whatever enforcement action that Abra takes, it will be against your client because your client is the only person that we recognize. So your client and Mr. Romero needs to solve this problem because your client is the only entity that ABRA recognized, and your client is the only entity that ABRA can take enforcement action against. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, sir, I understand.
So that's up. You do whatever you and Mr. Romero needs to solve that. But Mr. Romero, I'm informing you. As I said, we're going to take this matter under advisement. But I'm informing you, sir, that you cannot continue when our investigators show up. You cannot represent yourself as an owner, sir, because you're not an owner because you are not on the license. If you're not on the license, as far as ABRA is concerned, you are not an owner. Irrespective of, even if you had an agreement with Miss Lou that you were the owner, until and unless that information is formally transmitted to ABRA, you are not the owner, sir.
Understand.
And secondly, you are not empowered to purchase alcohol from A and B stores for this establishment.
Understand.
And I will say this to you, sir, all right, that's all I'm gonna say, okay?
Okay.
All right. The board will take this matter under advisement. And Ms. Okoro, you will hear from the agency what our next step is.
Okay.
But in the interim, ma'am, your client needs to come to an understanding with Mr. Romero about the operation of this business. Okay?
Yes. We've been very trying, but it's been very difficult with Mr. Romero. But
Ms.
yes, we
Okoro,
will try.
I will remind you again, your client is the only person that ABRA can take any action against, not Mr. Romero, your client. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number, with a fact finding here, and this is Liberté La Grande Restaurant, license number 109012. And Ms. Foshman, can you elevate the rights of, I think, Mr. Roger Abizeld?
Stand by. Roger Abizied, you are elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Zayed, do you have a camera, sir?
Yes. It's
Can
already
you,
on.
well, I can't see you, so that's why I asked.
Can you see me? Okay, one moment. Start
well,
my video. Shall I?
Show you what, sir?
Okay, 1 second. Is it working?
Yes.
Now it's working.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to the establishment, sir?
Okay. My name is Roger Abi Zaid. Roger, R-O-G-R. Last name A-B-I hyphen Z like zebra E-I-D. My relationship to this entity, Ezekiel Entertainment LLC. I'm the manager of the LLC.
What do you mean you're the manager, sir? What do you explain that to me? You're the manager.
Which means I'm not the owner. I don't have any membership stake in it. I'm managing it from the corporate level and financial level even.
So there's someone in the background, sir. I'm hearing interference in the background. But if you're not the owner, how can you represent the establishment at this hearing today, sir? I don't understand.
If you check the corporate documents, I'm the one who established the entity. I'm the one who signed all ABRA's forms and application. And in all the relationship with government related or tax related, I'm the one who's signing on behalf of the company.
So you're the representative. So you have provided information to ABRA that you are the formal representative of this establishment.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I'm trying. Are you an attorney, sir, or I'm just asking?
I'm an attorney, but in this regard, I'm not a DC attorney. I'm a New York attorney. But we have an attorney on record, Mr. Hurwitz, who handled all the ABRA related matters.
All right. Now, I just wanted record to reflect. So hold on. So you're saying that our records reflect. So normally, so when a request comes in to extend safekeeping, who sends that in?
Myself.
And how long have you been doing that, sir?
How long?
Yes.
Yeah, we have been doing it for now several times, because I draw your attention, Mr. Chairman, and the esteemed member of the board. The 2020, we are still under construction. We couldn't continue the work inside this. It's a big establishment. We have more than 5,000.
Just hold on 1 minute, please. Please hold on.
Yes.
What I'm trying to establish, what I'm trying to establish during this period is that whether or not you have stand-in to represent this establishment. And so that's what I was trying to establish for the record, to say that you have stand-in to move forward, so you can represent the establishment in front of the board. So that's what I was. All right. So you're requesting you've made a request to us to extend safekeeping through March of 2022. So let me ask you another question. How long has this license been in safekeeping?
I think for at least 1 year, 1 year and a half. I don't recall exactly.
1 year and a half?
Maybe 2 years. Since we acquired the business. We put it in a safekeeping as we are supposed to, and we have been renewing it every 6 months. I think.
All right. So what type of business was this?
This is a restaurant business.
A restaurant. And so do you have a location for this restaurant?
Yeah, of course. It's 2915 M Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., and the zip code is 20007.
So why is it that why is it that it's taking so long to bring this license in operation?
Good question. This place has been well known for the past several years as a restaurant, and there is downstairs a club. We bought it from a French restaurant. It's called Maxime. And when we took over, we wanted to change. We wanted to keep it as a French concept, but we wanted to change the decor and the setting. What we discovered once we started, and certainly to get permits, architecture, you name it, we discovered, and this is an old building, it goes back to 1800 something. We discovered some flaws in the structure, some concerns in the foundation. So when we digged, because we have the basement, when we digged, we found that we need to do more work. So we did demolition, we did construction, we redid the whole electrical system, the plumbing, you name it. It's like we rebuilt the whole place. So, and as you know, Mr. Chairman, everything needs licenses. So we got from one thing to one thing, and it wasn't like something we wanted. We wanted to rapidly open and start operation. So something led to something else, as we know when it starts under construction. And we were planning to open in 2020. And what happened, you know what happened, like when we got the pandemic, we weren't ready when it hit in March, April. So we decided for insurance purposes, because the insurance we had didn't cover for the pandemic. So we didn't want to have any liability with the workers inside, and their insurance didn't cover. So we told them we are going to freeze the operation on the construction until further notice. Really, now we are restarting recently because they got the permit, and we are shooting for March, April 2022 to open. So that's why the license was with ABRA and safekeeping. So we told them, we applied for an extension of 6 months. And back and forth, and they said, we need you to come for a hearing, fact-finding hearing, which I, with a great pleasure and honor to appear. And this is the situation. It's not a pleasant situation because we are losing money. We have been investing millions of dollars inside by purchasing the business, and between rents, real property tax, you name it, the insurance, construction. So it wasn't planned in the beginning, but we discovered many things in the structure and the foundation. So we decided to do it because to avoid any problem down the road, because we have a long lease. That's what.
So is there active construction going on the property currently?
Now we have the contractor, the same contractor we hired before. He, as we speak, he's getting his license, his permit from the DC government. We are starting in the coming week. I mean, after Thanksgiving, we have to resume, if you want, resume the work to be ready for the next spring, basically. That's what our goal.
All right. Any questions by any of the board members? So you believe that, when do you foresee that this license would come on board?
We are aiming at April, to be frank with you, Mr. Chairman. April to start opening our doors and take advantage of the Georgetown. Normally, this is the season, and to be ready and in full full power.
All right. Now, this extension would be through March 31st, 2022. 2021. So therefore, you don't believe that you're going to be open through March 21st, 2021. So if this board was to grant this extension today, you would have to come back to us again for another extension. So what's the expectation then what expectation should the board have if you came back to us March 22nd, if you were to come back March 22nd, I'm sorry, April 1st, if you were to come back to us for another extension past March 31st, 2022, what expectation should the board hold you to if we were to grant this extension today?
Mr. Chairman, we hope to open tomorrow, and but as you know, it's not solely in my hands because you have many actors in this, and I learned a lot through the process because I wasn't really familiar with all the renovation, construction, demolition, all the permits. Like this is new to me. I mean, I wasn't involved in this type of thing, but our aim is to open as soon as possible, to be ready, and to definitely to take advantage of the season which will start sometimes in April. Now, I cannot guarantee that they will be ready by then. I cannot guarantee because it's out of my control. But this is the target. The target, and we're taking more time. Like they are telling me, the contractor, they will be done before, but I'm giving extra time for us, right, to avoid coming back and asking for renewal.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? I would, based on the representation, I think I'll ask you to mute your line, sir. There's someone speaking to you, I think, in the background. Someone speaking in the background, and so we're hearing. Okay. Based on the representation that was made, I'll make a motion that the board grants the extension through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board has voted 6-0 to grant the extension through March 31st, 2022. But thank you for the presentation that you've made, sir. I want to let you know, though, our goal, and especially in the Georgetown area, it's not a moratorium zone. So therefore, if you don't have this license, you can easily get a license in Georgetown for a restaurant, because the playing field has changed in Georgetown. Probably when you bought the license, it was a different playing field from the playing field that you have now. However, we want this license to be brought on board for it to be operational. So I'm just letting you know that if you come back to us for an extension after March 31st, 2022, I need concrete. You have to tell me you'd have to give me a better reason why the license is not on board. So the construction should be finished. You're just waiting for the last piece of paper, but it shouldn't be that we're still under construction. So that's my expectation. That I'm hoping that you don't have to request another extension again, but I'm just saying, if you have to request another extension, unless it's an act of God, and as an attorney, you know what an act of God is. I expect some movement. Okay. You're on mute. You're still on mute, sir. I can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the esteemed member, and I always appreciate that you are supporting the businesses everywhere in the district, and especially in Georgetown, because we need it, and we have been through difficult period, and but we are still convinced with the project, motivated. We are still willing to invest in it. And definitely, we hope so that we don't come for any extension and will be done. And I got from all the parties the same commitment. They said would be done. They told me before, but always I will keep some cushioning because you never know. Nobody will tell you 100%. So hopefully I won't come back and ask you for a extension. I will ask you to come and inaugurate with us the establishment and enjoy the food.
I think the board would be happy if there's another license in Georgetown or there's another operational license in the District of Columbia. So thank you for the representation, sir.
Only to mention to you that we are already next door. We have an operation, so we are already, and it has been in operation for even during the pandemic. And we, even though with difficult economic situation, we still open. It's called Lanex, which is next door, and it's a nice bar. It's a nice concept, and we are open against all odds. We are still convinced, and we believe in Georgetown, and we believe it will take off hopefully next year.
All right.
So I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, and have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye. You can sign off, sir, if you want.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar, we have another fact finding here, and this is Rodman's Discount Spirits, license number 108215. And Ms. Poshbon, can you please elevate the rights of I think it's Mr. Nolan Rodman, who is the owner, I believe, of this establishment.
Stand by. Nolan Rodman, your rights have been elevated.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Do you I can hear you, I can't see you. If I can see you, then that would help.
I don't have a camera on my computer, unfortunately, and I didn't want to call in with my cell phone.
That's fine, sir. All right, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Nolan Rodman, Nolan, last name Rodman, Rodman.
All right, and what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
Owner.
All right. Now you're requesting an extension of through March 31st, 2022. How long has this license been in safekeeping, sir?
I believe the license has been in safekeeping for 2.5 years or so.
And why is this license why are you requesting another extension of time through March 31st, 2022, sir?
Well, as you recall, we went before the board to present and to sort of challenge the 400-foot law between establishments, and it was ruled that our establishment was within 400 feet of another liquor store, and that was based on the geological survey building plots that ABRA uses to locate establishments. So after that had occurred, that was sort of during the first 1.5 years or so. We looked at other spaces around. Obviously, the pandemic had just started happening, and that kind of put a halt on finding a space for a little bit of time. Then there actually became a new liquor store north of us, probably 1,000 feet away, that halted a lot of locations we were looking at within on the northern section, and the southern section outside of our store is the other liquor store that was within 400 feet of our establishment previously. And so we've been trying to navigate a way to put this license into work, and we actually think we've come up with a strategy at this point, which I'd be happy to share with the board. at some point.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
I would be happy to share with the board what our strategy and intention is with the license, because we do have every intention of using it within the next 6 months or so, and finding.
That is the purpose, Mr. Rodman. This is the purpose of this hearing. You need to convince us that you have a strategy for this license to be in operation, because if you can't provide us with a strategy that this license is going to be in operation, then the board will start the process to take the license from you, sir. So
I understand.
That's why we're having a fact finding.
We do have a strategy. So I'll just get right into it. Basically, the previous liquor store that is within 400 feet of ours, their lease is ending at the end of the year. We just wrote an LOI to take over that space, and we have drafted that agreement, and we're sending it to the landlord to try and go into that space.
And so if you don't go into that space, if the landlord agrees to renew his lease with a liquor store, you're out of a space. So that leaves us, we're the same place we've been at all this time.
Yeah, we've been in contact with the landlord, and we feel like we have an offer that would secure us the space.
I think part of the problem, as you state, sir, so the law says you can't have two A stores within 400 feet of each other.
Within establishment to establishment, which is what the law says. Yes.
Which is the 400 feet.
Correct.
And there's currently an active liquor store within the 400 feet. And so your strategy is that their lease is going to be up at the end of this year. And so their lease is going to be up at the end of this year, and we're going to take the lease over, although we don't know whether or not the landlord is going to renew the lease. And so if the landlord renews the lease, then you don't have a location to utilize this license.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we actually do know that they're not going to renew their lease. They're not the owners of the business. So we have a lot of friends who work there and people that we've talked to who know the owners, etc. And they're both looking to retire at the end of this lease term, and it is been given a lot of information for us that it won't be as difficult a process to acquire this lease as it would be a normal lease with a business functioning.
Mr. Rodman, you have a license. You have an A license.
Correct.
And although we had COVID-19 and the pandemic, A licenses, they have been, during this period of time, they have been it's my understanding that business has been very good for owners of A license, okay? And so we see no reason why this A license cannot be in operation. And the board is not going to continue, sir, every 6 months to renew a liquor license, because you're hoping that you want to remain in the area that you're at, and there's a hope and a prayer that some other liquor store is going to move out, and so therefore you can operate in that space, in that area. I mean, this has been going on for, like, as you say, over 2.5 years, and it's not apparent to us that this location will ever be able to accommodate another liquor store, another A store.
When you say this location, which are you referring to?
Well, it appears that you're trying to have within 400 feet off another. When I said this location, I mean within 400 feet off this other A store.
The ultimate goal, Mr. Chairman, is to have liquor or Class A license brought into our current store and establishment, and ultimately the board vetoed our initial request for that through the hearing, and so now we're strategizing ways to use the license, and we have every intention of using this license, and we can put it to use fairly quickly. But this turn of events for us, which happened within the last few months, all this information that we were doing to try and secure this other space is ultimately what led us down this road to make this decision, which we think will put the license in use in the next 6 months or so.
And if the board was to grant this extension through March 31st, 2022, because that's what the extension would be granted. So if we were to grant this extension, sir, and if you come back to us for another extension to say that, oh, by the way, you know, the people that I thought they were going to retire, they decide to
continue on, yes.
To continue on. We want another 6 months. I mean, so what is it you want the board to do? What should the board do then at that time?
Well, I would agree with the board at that time that our options would be pretty depleted, and I think we would probably just either have to go through the process with the board of whatever happens to a license that does not remain in safekeeping, and or open a store in another location.
Any questions of Mr. Rodman by the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Just for my knowledge, Mr. Rodman, was this license previously utilized?
You mean before we had held the license?
No, I mean, let me rephrase it. Ever since Rodman has owned this license, has it been operating, or has it always been in safekeeping?
It had always been in safekeeping.
Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just ask a question.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Mr. Rodman, how are you today, sir?
I'm excellent, thank you. How are you?
Great. Now, can you describe, I know the neighborhood quite well. You're like on the west side of Wisconsin, and the other A store is on the east side. Is that correct? The existing A store across the street from you.
I do believe that is correct.
Okay, let me ask you this. Will you describe what your Rodman store is to the community that you're in right now, and just give a description what you sell and how many customers you have? I do know, having been on previous boards, that the ANC commissioners and your neighbors came in at one time and testified on your behalf. They really wanted, because do you have a B license now? Do you sell wine in that store?
That is correct, sir.
So you're selling alcohol already?
Yes, that's correct. We also went before the ANC board, and I know that the ABRA board takes highly of what the ANC says a lot of times, or with great weight. And so we went before them to try and seek approval from the ANC. They gave us approval to use the Class A here. Obviously, we did not get it approved from the board. But if you'd like me to give a short description of the business, I'd be happy to do so.
Yes, please do so, sir.
Sure. So we're a third family generation business. I'm the third generation. My grandfather started this in the 50s. He was a pharmacist. My dad brought in food, beer, wine in the 70s. We've been operating in the Friendship Heights area. We have we've had other stores in DC's over the years. In the 50s, we had a liquor store on G and 18th, and we've been stewards of the licenses and other things throughout the years over the decades, and we've accumulated a number of products from around the world. We have a very busy clientele. Our stores are busy, especially during the holiday times. People from all around the world come for products from different countries, and we believe we serve the community very well. We try to.
Okay, Mr. Rodman, can I ask you this? Because again, I'm kind of familiar with that end of Wisconsin Avenue, and it's very busy and very bustling. It's mainly residential, so your store kind of sticks out. But what kind of things do the residents there do to support Rodman? What kind of merchandise do they buy from you?
Everything. Wine and beer and food are our largest three categories, but providing sort of a service of pharmacy and housewares, and the fact that people can get everything they need here, I think is a huge value to the community. I mean, I've had numerous people even this week tell me that they moved into the neighborhood just to be close to our store.
I understand that. And so will you describe the A store that's directly, well, not directly, but that's across the street from you that's there now? Is it a storefront, or is it a bustling business, or what's going on with that business there?
No, so that business is not bustling, but I'm not going to speak to the character or financials of their business, but I know that in 2017 that they had filed for bankruptcy and had restructured a lot of debt, and that they had not paid a lot of vendors that call on us, and I think that a lot of people were really upset about that.
Okay, I don't want to cut you off.
Yes, sir.
I guess that information kind of, what you simply just stated for the record, says that there may the possibility of them going out of business before the end of the year and at least being terminated. That's the reason why I was just trying to get the other board members to hear what has been testified before this board on many other occasions. But at any rate, thank you for the good business that you and your family and your grandfather and all have brought to the District of Columbia over the years. And that's just myself as a board member doing that. And we wish you well. And thank you for the great service you bring to Northwest Washington, D.C.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Rodman, all right. I'm inclined to ask the board to vote to extend the safekeeping through March 31st, 2022. However, you have now informed us that you have an A license. You've bought this, you've had this license for over 2 years, and you have not utilized this license over 2 years. And under the current situation, unless the city council changes the law, you will not be able to use this license in the current location because there is another A store within 400 feet of your location. This is what you have informed the board, is that it's your understanding that this A store, that their lease expires at the end of the year, that their lease will probably not be renewed. And so if the lease is not be renewed, you have spoken to the landlord to utilize the space, so therefore this would not be an issue. So based on that representation, I would support granting an extension, sir. But the board, though, you're sitting on a license that can be utilized. And at least I don't support any licensee not utilizing a license that can be utilized in another area of the city. But, so I just want to let you know that, and I guess you have already stated that if you come back to the board asking for another extension, that you know what some of the possible ramifications of that, because this is going to be 3-4 years that you're sitting on a license that has not been utilized since you have purchased it. So the expectation, sir, is that this license is in use through, if we grant you this 6 months extension through March 31st, 2022, that this license will be in operation.
We have every intention of putting it in use.
And so I'll make a motion to the board that the board grants the extension through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short seconds.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I disagree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis disagrees.
It doesn't matter which way I vote. It's either going to be 4-2 in disagreement or 3-3 in agreement. So the consensus of the board is not to grant the extension. And so the board will, there's a process that needs to be followed. And the board, I assume that we probably will have I believe, we probably will end up having a contested fact-finding hearing, I believe. And through, hold on. And so the process is that we're gonna have, based on the, I would have voted to give you a 6-month extension. So, but that will be a 3-3 vote, and a 3-3 vote is a denial. So the next process is that we're gonna have, the board needs to schedule a contested fact-finding hearing. And the contested fact-finding hearing is that we'll have a formal hearing to determine whether or not you will be allowed to have this license, or whether or not the board will no longer allow you to possess the license. So basically, that's the next step. So we will provide you, the agency will provide you with information on the next step in this matter, okay?
Okay. Can I say one thing as well?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I just want to say that over the years, I've been in touch with a lot of people at ABRA for help on everything, from safekeeping to, different miscellaneous things. And everybody's been super helpful there. And it's been wonderful, the level of service that everybody has given me there. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, so that all of the people you have there have been doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you for the representation you've made, sir. But as I said before, the next step is that we'll have a contested fact-finding hearing, and at that hearing, then the board, based on the presentation that's made, the board will then make a decision whether or not this is a final action. So, all right.
I understand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much then. All right then. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is another fact finding here in Logan Circle Liquors, license number 86950. And Ms. Fosburn, can you elevate the rights of Mr. Singh in this case, please?
Yes, my name is Amrik Singh.
Can you spell your name for the record, please, sir?
My Amrik, last name Singh.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am the owner of this business, sir.
All right. You're requesting an extension of the safekeeping request through March 31st, 2022. How long has this license been in safekeeping, sir?
2 years, sir.
2 years. Have you ever utilized this license or
Yeah,
tell me?
no, sir. We found the space in Wisconsin Avenue the first time, and then after that 6-7 months the landlord he backed up because he want to do the construction over there, and then I lost $6,000-7,000 over there, Then I moved my license again to the other location. Then when he signed the LOI, everything done. Then he gave me the lease different way. There's a lot of work inside the building. He don't want to do it. So still I'm looking, other place now.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I'm confused. You said, all right, when you bought the license, from the time you bought the license has been in safekeeping. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And
I bought liquor store a long time ago.
All right. How long ago was this?
I think I was over there 6-7 years. Logan Circle Liquor, Rhode Island Avenue.
So did you ever use? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Did you ever operate a liquor store?
Yeah, I operate liquor store that long time. When my lease expired, then I put my license in the safekeeping.
All right. So and what was the first location? When did you identify another location to move to? When was that?
First location, then I found on Wisconsin Avenue.
And when was that?
And then the landlord, he want to do the construction over there.
No, what year was that, sir? What year was that?
It was this year, sir. Right before COVID, sir.
So, all right. So that location didn't work. So did you find another location?
Yeah, yes, sir. Then after 6-7 months, he wasted my time over there. That location over there. That landlord. Then I find other location. The building was so bad over there. There's a lot of construction work inside, and they don't agree to do anything, So then I found other location. Still, I'm working with somebody else right now, but I will get LOI from there. I hope,
I'm not understanding, sir, because I'm trying to find out what's going on with finding a location. That's what I'm trying to find. I'm confused. I'm not getting a clear answer from you.
The first location, the construction work over there, they don't want to give me the lease after 6 months. The ladder back up, he said, lot of work over there. The first location. And the second one I'm right now, the over there, you know, we move the license, they put the, you know, the flyer on the window, everything done. After the 2-3 months, then they don't want to do anything inside the building, you know. It's a lot of construction, everything, you know, involved in the building, you know. They don't want to do it. So I'm still looking at the location right now.
So do you have any specific leads?
Excuse me, sir?
Do you have any concrete leads in where to utilize this license?
I'm looking right now over there in Northwest, you know, F Street side over there. And my agent, I have 2 agents, they're still working on me, and they're looking at space. One space, sometimes, you know, the school very close, 400 feet area, and they cannot approve it. Then that thing involved also, you know, when we found the space, you know. But that's the problem also, you know. And last time it was Corona, the pandemic, nobody can do anything, you know. I have my liquor in the storage unit. I pay rent from my pocket. Still, I have a lot of loss in this thing right now.
I'm sorry, did you say you have liquor in storage? Is that what you said?
Yes, I'm in the storage unit. I pay $324 a month in DC.
So how much liquor are you talking about?
I think maybe $20,000 product right now over there. 20. Some my wine almost some stuff is damaged right now.
Any questions by the board members?
But I need one extension, sir.
Oh, are any questions by the board members? All right. I make a motion that we grant a 6 months extension through March 31st. It's March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Thank you,
second.
sir.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. And we're gonna have let's have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, what, sir?
I don't support.
You do not support it. And Mr. Anderson, I support it. So the board votes 4-2 to grant you an extension through March 31st, 2022. As you see, sir, it's a 4-2 vote by the board to grant you another extension. And so you need to bring this, you need to find a location to utilize this. I'm saying you need to find a location to utilize this license, because I don't know if you were to come back again after March 31st, 2022, how the board is going to vote to give you another extension. But I'm just saying, as you see, there's 6 of us, and there are 2 board members who decide that we should not grant you an extension. That's all.
I definitely, I will try to find the location, sir. I keep trying every day, sir, every day.
Now, you're saying that you have all this liquor in storage. Did you get approval from our did you get approval from the agency of where you're storing your alcohol, sir?
over there on the in Wisconsin Avenue, sir?
No, I'm saying you said that you have liquor in storage. Have you
Yeah,
gotten?
I got approval. I got approval from the liquor board. I already informed liquor board. They gave me the letters. They say you can store your product inside the storage.
Okay, so you have gotten approval from our agency for the location where you're storing your liquor. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yeah, 100%. I follow the law, sir. 100%.
All right. All right, sir.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you for your appreciate, sir. Thank you for your help, sir. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We're at the end of our calendar for the day. And so therefore, since we're at the end of our calendar for the day, we were supposed to, let me look at our calendar for November 18th, 2021. And for November 20th, the calendar for November 18th, 2021, we had a protest hearing, which is case number 21 PRO 00065 Butter Me Up, license number 118304. This hearing is canceled because the parties entered into a settlement agreement. That agreement was provided to the board, and the board earlier today on its legal agenda approved this settlement agreement. All right. All right, so therefore we are at the end of the board's business for the day, and I'm going to close the record All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 1st, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 1st, 2021, as published in the DC Register on November 19th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who have signed in for this hearing today, and I'll also thank the ABC board members who have actively participated in this hearing today. We're now adjourned for the day, and I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much and have a great day.